All right. All right. We're back. We're on day 25 of the Karen Reed trial, if you can believe that. And I'm on time. So, yeah, it's Friday. I am very glad it's Friday. It has been a long week. And yeah, so Painted Bronco, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And Brandon, hey, you're on time too. And thank you as well. So I believe today is going to be an interesting day. Um, so yep, yep. It Work sucks. Not having work also sucks. So it's a pick your poison. Linz, good to see you. Um, so yeah, I think today is going to be interesting because obviously no spoilers, but from the chatter I've seen on Discord, the broadcast has had issues today. Emma, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And Luna. So basically, my understanding is jurors were shown over the broadcast today, at least some of them. I scrolled through the Law and Crime feed for at least until the morning break. We have odd camera angles, and I'm not sure if that's, Law and Crime went in during the live broadcast and replaced the illegal footage with basically the Zoom views, but I didn't see the jurors. All I know is I've seen chatter that they were shown, and Turtle Boy basically encouraging people to show them in hopes of, presumably in hopes of them being harassed. Because, you know, who needs witness tampering charges when you can get jury tampering charges as well? In for a penny, in for a pound. So that's fun. Not for the jurors, not for anyone who isn't an animated bag of shit, but yeah. And that's what I'm guessing, Luna. One of the benefits of me being late, well, I was on time, but you know what I mean. Um, I obviously don't have the capabilities of going back and editing during my live stream. I wouldn't know how to do that. And as this is a one-man operation, it wouldn't work anyway. Vera, always lovely to see you. Yep, always happy to see your name pop up. And yeah, so I mean, the professional help I really need isn't IT, but no, it's yeah. So, Linz, that sucks. That really sucks. Yeah. So hopefully your battery lasts. If not, we won't take it personally that you disappear on us. Dante, good to see you. I hope you're staying cool. It's a hot day here in Salt Lake. I realize it's probably only 2 or 3 degrees cooler where you are. Um, yeah. And Emma, I don't I don't have my Discord on this computer, so really the place to find me on Discord is just in the masshole Discord because every time I've posted a link to mine, it hasn't worked, so no one's in there. And yeah, I just, yeah. So go to the masshole Discord. That you can find me there. So SD, good to see you. And Alan, I hope San Mateo is treating you well. I've got cousins right next door in Santa Clara. So on the app, um, the other stuff I've heard, once again, not spoilers, um, basically today was a bad day for the defense from what I've seen. So yeah, it from what I've seen, it's been a rough day for the defense. Of course, the free Karen Reed crowd, nothing will ever change their mind. So it's just I don't get it. I don't get it. So um yeah. And Lynn's spending time outside is always lovely. And yeah. And Vince, there's no need for Masshole to create a channel for me because frankly, the stuff I comment on in there is in the Chili Watch and the Turtle Boy Watch. So it's yeah. So and I just the thing is Proctor, like I said, he's a dick, but I think lots of police are. Lots of it just like there was nothing of substance, that no evidence. And I disagree. I completely disagree. The like between Lieutenant Tully and Sergeant Buchanan, there's so much great evidence that came in that it, Trooper Proctor is irrelevant. I mean, he's not really irrelevant, but his texts are. So, I mean, I like Ian, I respect Ian. I don't always agree with him, and that's fine. Um, I just, is it possible that the jury acquits? Sure. Is it possible they convict? Sure. From the evidence I've seen, I'm leaning more toward the conviction side. But I'm going to wait until the trial's over before I make up my mind. And yeah, so, and that's it. Every day has been bad for the defense. They just aren't watching the same trial as I am, though. And that's it. The police fuck up. The reality is there wasn't a lot that they fucked up about, though, other than personal behavior. It's it was a very normal investigation. They're just treating it as if everything's suspicious. Every normal thing is suspicious. Um, so yeah, and the reality is, I was thinking about this last night. As long as the trial has been, the reality is this should have been a 5-day trial. It really should have been a 5-day trial. Um, in a normal situation, you're not hearing from every single person that was at the waterfall that day. You're not hearing from every single person who was at 34 Fairview that day. It's just, you don't need to. The only reason we had to is because of the conspiracy. In a normal case, you don't hear from every single one of the cops, every single paramedic. You only generally hear from sort of a representative party. You'd hear from the person that was at the waterfall the entire time. You'd hear from, Sergeant Good, who was on scene the entire time. You'd hear from probably both Brian Alberts, since that covers the entire time at 34 Fairview. And then maybe if someone else did see something in addition, you'd hear from them, but you don't go into the entire timeline, the entire process, because it's a waste of time. But because of the conspiracy, and maybe that's, the machinations of Jackson and Giannetti, and greedy machinations, I should say, in that, hey, we'll get paid a lot more for an 8-week trial than a 5-day trial. Let's make the state put everyone on by creating a conspiracy. So it's maddening, absolutely maddening. And that's it. It's how people talk with their friends. It's inappropriate, but it's normal. It really isn't shocking. And it's a private conversation. The only reason it came out is because of fuckery. They were gathered illegally, in my opinion. There aren't going to be any repercussions for that, but it's just, it's ridiculous. And so, and KFAR, it's good to see you. Like, why have they invaded your channel? You haven't even covered Karen Reed. Is it that they saw you in my chat and decided, ooh, we love creating drama for this guy? It's like a cancer. They spread, and blowing their tops because of naughty words. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And Lynn's the not DNA expert. She really is, you guys. Thought that the DNA evidence was good. I did too. It was boring. It wasn't exciting. it shouldn't be exciting, frankly, because, it's lab analysts talking about the lab. Of course, the reality is only the taillight evidence were really necessary, because it's, oh my God, John O'Keefe's DNA was on his clothing, along with other unknown individuals, which, as I've said, I assume is Carrie Roberts and Karen Reed from attempting, first aid. But we'll see. And that's exactly what I'm seeing, Alan. It's the evidence is for guilt, but we'll see. And it's a good thing that KFAR brought this up. A moron Sovsit threatening to sue him for defamation. I hope your response was basically Schrodinger's "bring it, bitch." Tired as I am, I'm still tempted to do a stream tomorrow, going over Team Skeptic's lawsuit. The lawsuit itself won't take very long, because this person makes delete laws actually look like a law scholar. It's that bad. And as prolific a frivolous litigator as this person is suing Team Skeptic, you'd think she'd have learned at least about Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 8, which we haven't discussed in this trial, but we've discussed it dozens of times on my channel, because it's the pleading standard. So, even if she serves Team Skeptic, which is a huge if, it's there's no way it survives a 12b6, at least in this form. So happy running. So and Kevin, it depends. It depends. Part of that could hinge on, is there an expectation of privacy? Is, it's just, there's a lot that goes into the analysis, and I'm not an expert on wiretapping laws, so it depends. And no idea. I haven't watched any of Legal Bytes commentary on this, so I don't know. And I mean, there could be a claim. I just don't know whether it would be frivolous or not. So, but that being said, how about we jump into it and finish the week off strong? And like I said, weird angle.
Hey, maybe you go down, Dustin. 117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
morning, jurors. I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this?
And I'm guessing we basically have the title card up because the jury. So I'm guessing this was the on the fly edit.
With anyone? Okay, thank you. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So you'll see that there's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth call Ms. Jessica Hyde to the stand.
Oh, and the audio is terrible from it. But like I said, it appears to be basically the court's Zoom setup. I really do think this was the fix on the fly. Those of you who watched it in real time before coming here can let me know. And yeah, it's hot here, Kevin. Our swamp cooler, the pump isn't working, so it's fans only. And I don't mean the solution is to go around naked. I mean, it's no swamp cooler. So yeah. And I didn't catch the name of the witness. I'm assuming it's another expert witness, but well.
Right this way. Watch
And,
yourself.
and that's what I saw painted, Bronco. Like I said, I saw on Discord that jurors were shown. I didn't want to show jurors, so I scrolled through the entire thing and didn't see any. So, and I noticed weird camera angles and then back to normal. So, and as the judge said, we're now down 2 jurors. So they're, I believe, down to 4 alternates. So they've got to get this done. They've got to get through this. And yeah. So, and yeah, I do not understand how it's, well, I do understand, because basically what happened is they approached the media first, and by media I mean Turtle Boy, and you know, they approached Yellow Cottage Tales, but when he said, you know, I'm happy to talk about it, but I'm going to be objective, they said, yeah, no, you're not for us then. And they were approaching YouTube lawyers. Like, some of them, I really believe the reason they're so pro Karen Reed is they were bought off. I have no evidence of that other than the rumblings I've heard about, you know, it was all part of the plan. It just, you know, I don't get it. My integrity is more important to me. But yeah, and no AC. Here in Utah, we have swamp coolers. We also have AC, but not in my house. And swamp coolers obviously wouldn't work in Georgia. It's so dry here in Utah that, you know, they're called swamp coolers. They're evaporative coolers. So, but they need a water pump to circulate water down the filters to, cool down the air coming in, and the water pump isn't working, and it's taking time to get someone in to fix it, which sucks. Luckily, I'm streaming in the basement, and the basement is considerably cooler than the main floor. And so, you'll notice, it was 20 minutes of blank title card before court started. That's probably the time spent with the juror to determine whether they were dismissed or not. So.
Please obviously answer the important jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's right.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Valley, whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, if you want that microphone is adjustable, you can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
Indeed.
All right, so digital forensics. And with that head covering, I'm wondering if she's a cancer patient.
Digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final
All right, she's too fast.
graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit.
You
can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
Would Hyde be a Orthodox Jew last name? I mean, obviously it's possible, but I don't actually know. And Kevin, I don't know. I don't know. I assume you're talking Zenny Eyewear, and the YouTuber I associate with that sponsor is Professor of Rock. And yeah, I don't know. So.
When about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts, working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and
I didn't know that Ernst & Young officially changed their name to EY. I knew it was part of their branding, but yeah.
Insider trading. then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I work there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
from there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for magnet forensics.
And that's, you know, I've mentioned before, my gross opa was a, you know, Czechoslovakian, you know, ethnic German, and they all became German during, well, in 1933, and his name was Germanicized, like it dropped an itch at the end.
Which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no, I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've about 20 terms. In the graduate program, I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in our digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018 when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called.
So it sounds like basically she's not an expert, she's the expert.
Called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012, and I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics, and I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to...
So data recovery, so she's not with Celebrite, so I'm guessing she's not the expert for the Google search, how long to die in snow, but data recovery. So I'm guessing she's here to talk about, you know, deleted phone calls, deleted texts, tampering with the Lexus's records. I don't actually know. Like I said, no spoilers. This is just me working things out based on what she's said so far.
To the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means and what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months. for it to be peer reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
And so you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work.
Correct. I performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regard.
Yeah, never heard of her. So I assume that's the YouTube lawyer you were talking about. Never heard of her.
Your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, et cetera. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
Now, if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, a contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked?
I was asked to look at 2 specific Google
3 cents, you're late because I was on time. That's the way it works.
search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regard to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Oh,
now,
okay.
With regard to what if any—
Okay, so it is about the Google searches. I was wrong.
anything was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
So it sounds like she's kind of a pre-buttal witness. So you received a report from the defense expert. Yes. And you conducted analysis on that. Yes.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis here?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And
I mean, expert witnesses, you're always asked, so you were paid? How much were you paid? And they still very well could ask, how much were you paid? Are you always paid? Yada, yada, yada. They're going to ask the same questions of the defense experts. Of course, that could get awkward since they were paid by the feds, unless the defense has paid them to testify. You know, it could be their analysis was paid for by the feds, but they're getting paid to testify because that's how it works. You know, you get paid for your report, but you get paid per day of testimony. And that can be, frankly, more than the lawyer gets paid for that day of court. You know, it's not uncommon, you know, yep, my flat fee is $10,000 per day to testify, minimum half day. And yeah. So I don't remember. It'll scroll on the bottom of the screen, so we'll find out.
When you receive that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do?
I mean, sometimes it is COVA. Like, sometimes people try to portray it as suspicious, but expert witnesses aren't going to testify for free because, you know, you're not going to volunteer.
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash?
Fuckery, Kevin. It's all fuckery. It really is. So
Value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original match. They also match the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used.
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to ARTX, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis? Yeah,
that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
So many tools running. Should we mention KFAR's 4-mile run he's on right now?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as a SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase I-T-E. And SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you receive the extraction, made a copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing.
And yeah, SQL, SQL, structured query language. Corrosive, good to see you. This is more foreign to me than the DNA analysis yesterday. This is completely foreign to me. As you know, I'm not a tech person.
Pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been used at that time.
So in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is, the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes...
So talking about deletions now has me thinking it's not about how long to die in the cold. It's about other searches. Once again, I don't know. I haven't seen it. This is my first time. So it's just, I'm back and forth about what she's actually testifying about, whether it's Jen McCabe or Karen's phone. I still think it's probably Jen, but I'm not sure. Because that's it. Deleted records. The how long to die in cold wasn't deleted. The question is timing. And I expected that from the Celebrite expert. Can't remember his name. I believe he's going to be the next witness. So back and forth about what she's actually going to testify about, like the substance of it. So, okay. I've been focused on trying to parse through the technical stuff that I missed that she mentioned Jen McCabe. So, and I guess it could be, the deleted texts with her daughters that, once again, never hand over your phone without a warrant. If you want to be helpful, extract the relevant text threads. Don't delete irrelevant text threads and hand everything over. Just, when it comes to handing over your phone, be a Brian Higgins, not a Jen McCabe.
It's misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion, so I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in CLKD.
And
okay.
What, if any, information?
So it isn't the text messages. It is the how long to die in cold. So, yeah. Once again, though, this wouldn't be an issue if she had just, taken screenshots of the relevant texts. If she hadn't handed over her phone lock, stock, and barrel. Don't do that without a warrant. And the thing is, so deleted calls and texts, and except there weren't. My understanding is, well, it sounded like Karen deleted calls between her and her dad from early that morning. And Jen did say she deleted text conversations with her daughters, but she told the troopers that she did that before she handed her phone over. Basically, she said, she volunteered her phone, but said, I want to delete these first because, basically they have private information about my daughters. They, like private medical information or something. And so, and that's the thing. She didn't delete anything relevant to the case, but you delete anything and the defense is going to say, see, she deleted evidence, which is once again why you don't hand your phone over. You don't hand your phone over. That way you don't have to delete anything. You either say, fuck you, get a warrant, or you provide the limited amount of relevant data that's on your phone yourself, just like Brian Higgins did. It's, if there's no warrant, you don't have to give anything, but if you want to be helpful, do it the way Brian Higgins did. Do it the way other people have, where they just take screenshots or download a text thread or whatever. So just do not hand over your phone without a warrant. And yeah, pound sand is a good one. So yeah, it's real unfortunate because, Jen obviously was friends with a few cops, but she's naive. And I don't mean that in a bad way. She's naive as in she's not a law enforcement expert. She was trusting. And we've seen, Turtle Boy's victim hands over her phone and is victimized for it. Jen hands over her phone and she's victimized for it. And it's just, don't hand over your phone. You very well could be victimized. And Jen handing over her phone provided ammunition for the conspiracy. It's all bullshit, but it provided ammunition. And well, I mean, Brian Higgins providing those text threads was embarrassing as hell for him, but it was helpful in that, is that a motive for Karen? It to me, those text threads went to motive. It doesn't necessarily prove second-degree murder, but it helps. It's, not everyone has access to the FBI technology to extract it that way, but, he could have taken screenshots. There are other ways to provide your information or provide the evidence off your phone without providing your phone. Because once again, fuck you, get a warrant. I'm not handing over anything. And that's just, that's silly. You know, oh, I'm gonna kill a guy because reasons, because his girlfriend is hitting on me, I'm going to kill him. It's like, maybe if they've been having a secret torrid affair for a while and it's actually an affair and not just naughty texts. It's just that I don't see it doesn't provide a motive for Higgins.
From your starting, if you could, so walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved.
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'll just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is,
and the problem with that is the defense paints completely normal investigation techniques as, how suspicious, why did you do that, how dare you do that? And it's just, it's standard, it's like routine procedure. But the defense, oh, how suspicious. And you know, they've been good at that. It's real deceptive, it's real shady. It might work. I don't think it should, assuming you don't have any free Karen Reed moles on the jury. You know, if they're objectively looking at the evidence, I would hope they don't fall for the, you know, look at the shiny monkey, or silly monkey, sorry. But you never know. You never know.
It's very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of the search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact.
Okay, I'm not tech, as I said, I'm no tech expert. I like coding may as well be Chinese to me. And no spoilers, but we'll look forward to a wild ending. But her statement, though, stood out to me, a non-expert. Suspended tab something or other. Suspended state tab, I think she said. And it's like, oh, that sounds to me like maybe it was opened well before the search took place. So, yeah. And how embarrassing for her. I've probably worn this Star Wars shirt about 4 times during this trial. Can I just say how much I dislike Alan Jackson even before he starts Jacksoning?
Whenever we're ready to explore that, that is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrate was the tool that found that particular search term.
Oh. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet.
And yet, Corrosive, as I was setting up the stream, I saw the Law and Crime live chat, and some moron put in, you know, get ready for Jackson with some bullseye arrows, as if, you know, he's been hitting the mark. And to me, I don't see it. I really don't see it. And yeah. But like, I really am wondering, though, the lawyers understand better than the free Karen Reed cultists. And so they may be telling the crowd, they may be telling Turtle Boy, oh yeah, everything's going just fine. It's going exactly as planned. But they may be worried. They very well may be worried. They very well may understand nothing's really landing for us other than we've proved that Trooper Proctor's a dickhead, but that's not really evidentiary. So I'm wondering, are they desperate enough to put Karen on the stand? Yeah. And it really is maddening that she doesn't punish him, or at least not publicly, for his snide comments. She really did get upset with him yesterday, but or was it yesterday? The shame on you. But it needs to happen more. And yeah, with Wadier, you get away with a lot more there. Like, in qualifying your experts, a lot more leading is accepted. So, and that's it. But you'd think the other lawyers commenting, they know how court works. I don't get, you know, other than trying to keep their audience. I really don't get it. And yeah, Jackson, I mean, defense attorneys work through cross-examination. You're paying your defense attorneys for cross-examination. If a defense attorney can do the entire case through cross-examination, they will. Because, you know, unless he calls hostile witnesses, he can't be a dick to his own witnesses. It just wouldn't be good. And I mean, can you imagine the shit show if she took the stand? And that's not even a leaky balloon knot pun. I literally think it would be a shit show. I don't think she would be able to keep her rage and contempt in check. And that's true. Runkle is, Emily is. I mean, DUI guy is. There are obviously others, but of the big ones that I'm familiar with, Nate the lawyer has been a prosecutor. I don't know if he's a defense attorney now. I think he is. But like uncivil law is patents. Rob, Law and Lumber, is bankruptcy and family. So yeah, Mike's a ambulance chaser, but he's not really covering this. So yeah. And the thing is, though, he's not corrupt, at least not from what we've seen. He's crude. He's crude. And like I said, you look at any cop's private texts, they're going, 90% of them are going to be just as crude. As I've said, if in the what I think is inevitable conspiracy, witness tampering conspiracy case, if we see little Alan Jackson's texts in that, I bet his texts are more crude than Trooper Proctor's. It's not corruption. It really isn't. It really isn't corruption. And that's it. That's right. Natalie is a public defender. Law and Lumber doesn't do criminal. He does personal injury mostly and med mal. But that's a good point. Mike was a prosecutor way back in the mists of time. And Tragos, Peter Tragos, I believe, did prosecution early on. His dad does defense, but so, and no shots fired at Mike. As a, nothing against ambulance chasing. It's good work if you can get it. And that's it. You as you investigate, if you develop, like, you can't have it's just like judicial bias. You shouldn't have unrelated preconceived biases. But if over the course of the investigation you build a dislike for her for the actions that you've uncovered, that's normal. That's human. Just like, judges shouldn't have extrajudicial biases, but if you present yourself as a jackass in court and the judge holds you in contempt, that's not bias. That's just upholding, the sanctity of the court. And, Karen, or at least her cult, targeted Trooper Proctor's family. Of course he dislikes her. So, yeah. And Ben Bateman, I guess he has a channel. I view him more as a panelist. So, and then that's true. Debbie, although her channel tends to be more farm related. So, yeah.
Sheet, if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc.
Well, he made up his mind, though, based on the evidence he uncovered. He found, I'm using the royal he, the investigation found a lot of evidence in the first couple days. Like literally by 11 p.m. on day one, they had a case. Maybe not, beyond reasonable doubt, but by then they had already built probable cause that it was her. So, it's not unreasonable for him to view her as a cold-hearted killer day one. It really isn't.
Of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data, and you at the table being the table that the data is going to. When you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, et cetera, as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file. And so that wall file is going to contain both a data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so
and we all know, until the harassment started, Jen McCabe didn't close tabs. Her daughters nagged her to close tabs, but she didn't. So
closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct? Correct.
And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
But he wasn't treating her in any way. These were private conversations. And they didn't jump to conclusions. They continued the investigation. And so they didn't finish the investigation at 11 o'clock that night. They kept going. And by the time they finished, there was, frankly, what might amount to overwhelming evidence. So, oh, that's awful. Ugh. Okay, here they come.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her
Sure.
report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
All right, yep. We're not seeing anything on that. It's damn you, Lawn Crime or Court TV, whoever the pool feed provider is. And I don't really mean damn you. I mean, thank you for, being a pool feed provider. But, yeah, this court Zoom feed that they use to replace it isn't good. The audio isn't good. I realize that. So after the first break, it'll be better.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in a specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOS, long to die in cold. And that is timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of the search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOS long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hakamak. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hakamak Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened.
And that was Jen McCabe's testimony. At 2:27, she searched about a basketball camp and left the tab open. So yeah.
The first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in CacheDB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating, in all likeliness, that the search.
No legal advice, Linz, but I think it's Friday afternoon. So, same rules apply as in high school, basically. If the power's out so long, you're out.
Term being typed had not previously been searched because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the,
Can I stop you?
yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food? Based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this home?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2 smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 6:23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next one. Then at 6:24, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAW files and not the RAW file.
And so as far as toward the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading at 2:27:40 in the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that it was the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see, that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So if I'm understanding this right, so did she give a time frame for when the Apple suggested search term took place? Because if there's a timestamp for that, that would kind of prove that no search had been done at 2:27, because otherwise it would, default to the previous search as opposed to a suggested search. And yeah. So either way, and she did testify that she used multiple programs to analyze. So it's, yeah, to me, it sounds like, hey, this defense conspiracy doesn't work, at least to me.
When you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That question, let me rephrase. So as far as the...
I'm not a tech nerd. Not a tech nerd.
2:27, tab is closed, and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report, I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 2:27 timestamp and the 6:23 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 2:27, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 6:24, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 2:27 when the Hawkmock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact. Mm-hmm. If you could remind the jury what that is, and if you could explain that to them.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of this file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now,
it's about to be 5 o'clock Eastern time, so.
Interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
I'm jealous. Corrosive. I'm jealous. I miss London.
I'm there for one moment. And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the latest form that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant is depicted in table 2 up on the screen.
So table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really...
Standing in front of Scotland Yard at midnight, well, 10 o'clock at night? That sounds suspicious. It sounds like you're in on the conspiracy right now.
Understand table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the history DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs. And
I think if Paul Berry were in the chat right now, he'd point out to you that technically it's New Scotland Yard. So
time there is...
Oh, so old Scotland Yard as in, okay, because I was going to say technically New Scotland Yard, so never mind.
The time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want, and in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari tab CB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs, and it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the browser state DB, and it's
newish Scotland Yard.
wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function, or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari P list, and this one actually tells us the date here, gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log of the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database that is sitting in the wall or it has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking at your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is...
And Alpha, that's kind of what I said right at the beginning as she was being qualified as an expert. I'm like, sounds like she's not an expert, she's the expert. And look who shows his face, it's new Scotland Yard, unless it's old Scotland Yard. And I assume that's soccer that Germany is winning in, so...
The interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like the Switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier.
I mean, corrosive, I guess it's better that it's, marble statues on top of columns now as opposed to, heads on pikes. Because in the past, the dead people on pillars were, more concerning than the current dead people on pillars.
And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Cellebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Cellebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Cellebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Cellebrite extraction, is there, what if any further analysis can you do to sort of look behind?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Cellebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the wall file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the wall file out, and I make another copy of them, so I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it, what's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all the...
She looked so excited there. Like, oh my God, it does this.
Let's change it.
She's passionate about her work, if nothing else. I mean, and also extremely talented at it, but she's also passionate.
So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since
Corrosive, I assume you mean the Boudica statue, like right next to the bridge, next to Big Ben. That's where that statue is, right? And there are multiple spellings. It's Boudica or Boudicca, or, there's lots of spellings. But she's 2,000 years old, so she doesn't care.
the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the wall file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the wall file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a wall file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in a wall file itself doesn't mean deletion. But there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Figure 1 from the sides report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again, besides, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is Figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could,
And I just Googled the Boudicca statue that Corrosive has mentioned, making sure it's the one I envisioned, and it really is an impressive one. Like, there's a lot to see right there by Big Ben. That isn't Big Ben. For those of you who haven't been to London before, or for those of you who have been to London and distracted by only Big Ben.
That later this winter, again, direct your attention to what, if anything, significant sort of notes that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in Figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This, and more importantly, are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now, the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved.
I got real lucky when I was in London with my parents, because Parliament was open to the public. It's not always. So we were able to take a tour, and that was really neat. We also did the London Eye. That's the only time I did it because my parents paid. But I thought the aerial view of a lot of the area around Parliament was really neat. Like the Ministry of Defense building, I thought from above was really neat. Of course, the one thing my dad noticed from the eye was way off in the distance. he saw the Battersea Power Plant. And he turned to me and said, "Joe, isn't that the one from Animals, the Pink Floyd album cover?" And yep.
As the databases moves data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And we all know that Aiden is the expert in every field, as opposed to, you know, the actual expert. But yeah. And it's like literally, Paul, you walk west on the bridge. So from the London Eye to Parliament, to Big Ben, and it's on the right-hand side of the road, just off the bridge, like right there. Can't miss it. Unless you're, you know, going about your daily business, because London's nothing special to you. You know, when things are normal, you don't notice it. You know, I live a couple miles from it. I've been to the Great Salt Lake once. It's nothing special. I don't go. So yeah.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by you?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB.
And I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to figure one. What, if anything else, of significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure.
The thing is, Linz, like, practitioners who use the tools aren't necessarily qualified to be experts. Like, you'll notice they want the professors, they want the, you know, published authors, you know, having published papers. They don't just want experts, they want the experts, the educators, the researchers, not necessarily practitioners. And so, like, you know, you're probably qualified to have testified about the DNA, but maybe not to be qualified as an expert. I don't know. You know, for all I know, you might have been an expert witness before, but just in general, it's hard to say. And that's why I've only been once, Edwin. And I didn't actually get in. Just basically, we had a girl visiting from Germany, drove out to the salt flats, and then stopped at the marina on the way home. And it was smelly and fly infested. So, of course, Saltaire, I've been to concerts there, and at the moment, the lake's a long way off from Saltaire, but yeah. And there, I think it is a bit of an appeal to authority, but it's also, how do you know someone is an expert? It's just the voir dire the qualifying them as an expert is a lot easier if you can say, you know, what's your graduate degree and your, you know, what was your dissertation, your thesis on? What's your area of research? What papers have you written? And it's a lot easier to know they're an actual expert than if they say, yeah, this is what I do at work. Not that that's lesser. It's just harder to qualify, if that makes sense. Now, of course, you know, going back to ambulance chasing, Law Talk with Mike, you know, personal injury lawyers, it's, you know, you've got to get the right type of doctor. You know, you're not generally going to have a GP testify about a very specialized issue. You're going to have a orthopedic surgeon, you're going to have a neurologist, you know, like the more specialized the better. And um and that's it. It's, you know, there really is an appeal to authority. And is that right? Maybe not, but sometimes it's just easier. Sometimes it's just easier. And yes, Bear Lake is definitely better. I haven't actually been to Fish Lake. Most of the lakes I go to in Utah have been in the Uintas, so, but they're cold as shit.
What, if anything, can you say as to the, or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being...
I mean, I don't know, Luna. Mark Stevens has had a lot of success, you know, being held in contempt.
Able to determine what this timestamp really means. I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of the phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs.
They manipulated tags? Sounds like a conspiracy to me.
Move tabs and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried...
Sorry,
yes. Okay.
All right, what's the objection here? I mean, I legitimately don't know, but unless it's getting into territory that's been you know, suppressed.
Ms. Hyde, I'm sorry. So you had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, used the term we. There are other individuals that worked on this particular assignment?
I had somebody peer review and test my testing.
Okay, so it was an objection to we did this. Objection, who is this we? She can only testify about what she did. And it's, I did the testing. Then I had someone look over my work to make sure I did it right, even though I'm the expert.
So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Hyde, just continue as far as your testing.
Absolutely.
Your testing.
Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken. And the changes that happened, what I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we changed the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps in those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, as far as your experience is concerned, you've had occasion to work both as a forensic, forensic extractions, forensic investigator.
Yes.
As well as working also in research and development, is that correct?
Correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career, pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding.
Edwin, I thought that was aliens. I thought that was aliens. On the flat Earth, of course.
In many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Greeno's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues, of course, of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th, based on the artifact recovered from browser state DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the browser state DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
Ouch. So the defense expert, who hasn't testified yet, made two misstatements in his report because he's a moron who gets things wrong. Whereas I know better. That's what I heard there. It's ouch. And one of the reasons why you have defense expert opinions have to be given, their reports have to be given, is so that and well, not just defense, just expert reports in general, is the opposition's experts get to review those findings. They get to review those findings and say, yeah, but no, this is why they're wrong and I'm right. And that was a devastating statement, at least as far as the defense conspiracy. All the actual evidence leads to Karen Reed. But yeah, say it ain't so. And sometimes you need to translate away the niceness. But yeah, and once again, it's all the evidence trail only led in one direction, and that was to Karen Reed. We've heard from a dozen law enforcement, and every one of them has testified, yeah, we didn't come to a conclusion. We didn't work our investigation around a preconceived notion. We followed the evidence, and none of it led to the Alberts. None of it led to the McCabe's. None of it led to Brian Higgins. It only led one direction, and it led us in that direction really early on. It led us in that direction almost as fast as Karen Reed backing up into John O'Keefe. This is just, to me, it's making it pretty cut and dry that the conspiracy is bullshit.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long. At that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI die in CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS long to die in cold, Haas long to die in cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking at?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Well, I think that's the end of that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Do you need to approach? Do you need to approach? Have a feeling they're actually going to cross-examine this expert. They didn't with the DNA experts. I have a feeling they're going to here, since this is this has been the focal point of the conspiracy, is the Google search. Or at least it's what the mob has latched onto. So I do have a feeling that this is Not at the moment. I mean,
All right, please.
of course, she was smirking yesterday, and as I said, when she was smirking, yesterday didn't go well for her. I don't know why she was smirking.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, it was all rise because they were leaving. I thought all rise meant they were coming back. Never mind. So I'm assuming we will. Yep, we're back to the real camera angle. So
Thank you, maybe see you close back.
Just like a step.
and the audio is better now too, since it's the media feed instead of the Zoom feed. Once again, shame on Court TV or Law and Crime or whoever the media pool operator is for showing the jury. Shame on that cameraman, the operator, whoever. But yeah.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr.
There's
Kennedy.
no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just Table 1, Table 2. I think the order I gave. Thank you. And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent,
And Yannetti being full jackass on this witness, I don't think works well. She has been so pleasant and professional. She's obviously not involved in a conspiracy. Yannetti going full jackass Yannetti on her, I don't think plays well to anyone other than the true blue cultists. So let's see.
maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not 220.
Okay. I want to go back to the bad audio because someone's breathing in that microphone very heavy, and it's hurting my ears.
27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
ELIS database,
Yes.
Knowledge C database.
Yeah. PLIST is not a database, just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
that's fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you.
Yes, you
I know I
are.
wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that
I mean, maybe he's not trying to trick her. He's trying to trick the jury, which is his job. Like I said, a confused jury sometimes is the best jury for the defense, but
full explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way.
Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that
He really does suck at rephrasing questions. You ask a terrible question that she can't answer, so just ask it again louder. It's like is it from Faulty Towers where they don't speak English, so I'll just shout at them till they understand? That's Yanetti's method.
another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022.
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27?
There's no evidence of it, but can you really rule it out? Like, have you searched for non-existent evidence, maybe? Fuck me sideways.
7 a.m. on January 29th.
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction, you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Oh, and Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history.
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I look at related artifacts such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not.
So you didn't search the texts? You didn't search the calls? You didn't search the GPS data? You only analyzed what you were told to analyze? How dare you? And you'll notice she said, yeah, I wasn't told to start at 2:27. I was told to analyze that day. That day starts at midnight.
Instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of course. Well,
Okay, the objection system.
It's so far beyond the scope. She didn't testify about call logs. She's not qualified as an expert on call logs. I mean, let me be clear. I'm sure she would be qualified to testify as an expert about call logs. But in this court today, she has not been qualified. So she can't, as an expert, testify about call logs. But once again, she didn't examine the call logs. It's beyond the scope. It's beyond the scope of what she did. It's beyond the scope of what she's been qualified for. It's ridiculous. And the problem is, Jen McCabe gave up her phone voluntarily, which she shouldn't have. Remember this phrase. I don't give legal advice, just life advice. Fuck you, get a warrant.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
Thank you very much.
Well, not being allowed to go beyond the scope really shut Yannetti down. I'm sure he had a whole list of questions he wanted to ask that were beyond the scope. And that really shut him down. Wow. He was just working up to a full head of steam, I thought. But wow. And Kafar, no. This isn't another witness that didn't help the defense. This is a witness that was devastating for the defense. She is like, I don't know if you had gone out for your run yet when I said, during her qualifications as an expert, while they were validating her qualifications, I said, it sounds like she's not an expert, she's the expert. And she just, yeah. Basically, there's no doubt that Jen McCabe made the how long to die in the cold search at 6:30, not 2:30. It's just etched in stone. And Yannetti obviously was hoping to go into, well, what about all the deleted text conversations with her daughters? And it's yeah, I didn't analyze that, so you can't question me about that because I can't testify about it. And I certainly hope that she felt the weight of the evidence, I should say. Of course, as I said, yes, yesterday I thought was really bad for the defense, and yet she was smirking yesterday, and I wonder, have Jackson and Yannetti just been telling her, we've got them right where we want them, and she thinks it's going fine? As I've said, I'm watching a different trial than a lot of people are, and as far as the technical details, sure, but she pretty unequivocally said her conclusion, and Turtle Boy is clearly the expert. He has declared that she was a big doo-doo head and wrong, but Turtle Boy, is right. And yeah. And that's a good possibility. Well, good probability. It's the possibility of that happening is terrible because dipshits shouldn't be harassing people, but unfortunately, a lot of the most rabid free Karen Reed people are the worst people. You don't have to be a bad person to not believe in her guilt, but to be harassing people, you're a bad person. So
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
And that's stupid. Like, well, she didn't rule it out. It's like Yanetti's entire point was, so there's absolutely no data about what I'm trying to allege. And so based on this complete absence of data, you can't rule this other thing out. And it's, well, I don't have any data. And so without data, I can't make any conclusions at all. And that's stupid. But if that's, the free Karen Reed crowd's takeaway from this, it's dumb. It's dumb. And I'm assuming this is another technology expert. A very slow technology expert. Here they come.
Watch step for me. Maintain a face apart. Just officer, the evidence of the court during the case, I'm here to the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks, afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
12.5 years. I apologize.
And where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section.
All right. There you go, Dante. You were correct. Accident reconstruction.
Otherwise known as CARS, our recon.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction department?
That one's for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the CARS unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, the Northeast, Central, and the Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and your southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And that's it, Linz. Like, all the technical jargon was confusing to non-experts, such as myself, but the conclusions were pretty clear. Tab open, search later. Like, it really was fairly simple to follow her conclusions. Like, all of the other technical stuff was like, yeah, this is how we figured it out. This is why you should trust us. But these are our conclusions. And that's pretty easy to follow.
Now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, upon or prior to you entering into cars unit, what if any specialized training do you want to go in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the cars unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to the successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the cars unit over the last several years, what if any additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Borough for examiner and a technician. I am a CDR.
In addition to Grandpa Munster, Pepperidge Farm also remembers all of that.
Analyst and CDR technician trainer. Just recently I've attended multiple seminars, and most recently I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes?
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you received through the state police, with any professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction. Now, if I can focus specifically just from one on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned, how does one obtain? Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set the time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR. So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well? Correct. And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that consist of? The practical portion is you basically have to analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that.
A simulated crash? Sounds like a conspiracy to me.
So the crash, so where you find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision. And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct? That's correct. And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification? In 2019. And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational component attached? There is a continuing educational component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again. And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate?
I'm jealous of the 5-year certification. I hate paying for the bar every year and CLE every year. Ugh.
Passing rates when it comes to that examination? Correct. And what is it? It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate. Now, over the course, let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the cars units, are you just sort of go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work? No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes. And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for? It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel that if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on your own. And over the course of your years within the cars of the reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated? As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I've probably assisted on another 100, 150 crashes. And of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to and investigated, if you know percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
All right. Certifying him as an expert done. Move on to the evidence.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regards to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Kansas?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as your initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, dual inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt retentioners.
And what you were referencing before, as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done, as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that?
Yes. There are two ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module, or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use the direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is...
So basically, it sounds like he's talking about what's colloquially referred to as the black box.
It's the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regards to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation of this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
No.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence for a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton Police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135 and 136. That's just you got to finish. I'm sorry. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to just publish that briefly for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have Exhibit 136.
I mean, it's just summertime. He's getting sun during the trial.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant Howard search team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least with this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or conditions of the roadway, absent obviously weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
So we can take that. Thank you. So, forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, if I weren't here in the basement with you guys, you know, I wouldn't be red like Lolly. Like, my dad has been spending a lot of time working outside thus far this year. He is dark bronze. Of course, I wouldn't spend that much time outside. I'm more of a shade person.
So I'm going to retrieve that. I'm going to put 2 other photographs before you actually just look at those a couple of things.
But on Lolly, that definitely looks more like he's had too much sun, to me, than hypertension.
Yep. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll just introduce the minutes next exhibit.
No objection.
I need to,
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could just publish these first return to the witness. And publish the
Yes.
Sure, by directing your attention to the screen, what you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now, marked as 582?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you sort of could. Using that laser pointer directs the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
All right. So this is Ferry Road, it's facing northbound.
So the flagpole is all the way down here. So this is from the south. Basically, the house you see off to the left in the distance is 34 Fairview. So this is this space on the other side of this tree is 32, and this is probably 30, where this photo is taken from.
34 Fairview Road would be onto the left in this area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if any things did you know about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway, general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference, anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the
Stumbled
roadway
over
itself,
that.
were you able to observe whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything?
Right. Yes.
He stumbled over that almost as if he were saying the C word. Right, Paul Berry?
There's an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations you made of those?
There was double yellow center line, white fog lines, both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after, the roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent to the fog line, what if anything did you observe there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides. And there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side of the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview was located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Let's go if I could have the next slide. And to Paul, if I could direct your attention to the next two before you, I think it's 583.
Has the flagpole been removed? Did the new owners remove the flagpole? Because this is the driveway for 34 Fairview. The spray painted green marking is definitely the driveway for 34 Fairview. So the mailbox is still there right next to the driveway. I'm not seeing the flagpole.
And again, sir, what's up on screen, is that what you got before you with 583?
Yes, it is.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you know as far as.
And frankly, if you're not planning on flying a flag, it probably makes sense to remove the flagpole, because an empty flagpole probably looks a little stupid.
This perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound. 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Can I approach this retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard?
And the Google Street View still has the flagpole. That's why I was surprised. Like, just looked it up. Street View has the flagpole. It does have the C, but it looks like the C has been repainted in green since. So, yeah.
To postings regarding the speed limit on that particular road.
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road would be on the left-hand side of the road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lane?
Yeah, I bet the Alberts have a lot of grievances for Festivus this year.
Or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone.
Leica, is that the German camera manufacturer making GPS scene scanners?
I mean,
Yes.
and with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, maps.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data.
They haven't evolved into chimps yet. Tools are too much. And yeah, like for those of you not into photography, a new Leica camera, you may as well just buy the Lexus. They're expensive, and they're not just cameras, that, lab equipment. Basically, I imagine they make really nice microscopes because they make really nice lenses, and lenses are what makes a really nice camera. So, and Germanic, German speaking.
To make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that, can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw it into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents, asking you to just review those. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image, is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the next 4 exhibits. No objections.
I would just like to point out, when it comes to German technology, the BMW M3, I don't know if it still is, but it's historically been made in my Oma's hometown because, you know, she is Bavarian. So even though BMW is headquartered in Munich, the M3 is made in Regensburg. So, you know, do with that what you will.
I think what
So if Leica and Zeiss teamed up, would it be Leiss or would it be Zeica? Like if they did a joint venture, like when Intel and Micron did a joint venture, it was IM Flash. Their production facility was in Lehi, Utah. But that has since been sold to Texas Instruments.
Yes, that's my fault.
So basically what you're saying is if they did the joint venture of Zeica, they could have the rabbit as their logo. We're on to something. We need to pitch this to those companies.
Thank you very much. Sure. Now, Cooper Paul, are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what if anything else beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what if any other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation and incline of the roadway, what if any measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residence, the 34 Fairview, did you take that, sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements, as far as, well, let me ask you this, how is measurement regarding to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, to digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get measurements from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what if anything of significance did you find from that?
So long as it's not a pink rabbit, it's fine.
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training is
Well, and it also can't be a battery company that they team up on. Oh, a bunny. Okay. So if Zeica is bunny, then what would rabbit be in Russian? And I realize when I say Zeica, I'm probably horribly mispronouncing it, but you know, the only other language I've ever learned is German, and I've forgotten most of it, and my pronunciation was never good. So Zeica and Zeitz ish. Okay.
experience as a crash reconstructionist. Are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
That's roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of, anything from either the vehicle, pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now,
So, if you're curious, in German, bunny is Hase and rabbit is Kaninchen. So,
with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision.
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
What?
Yes.
I was told there would be no Newtonian physics today. Did you see Newton's monument today? Corrosive. Well, didn't you say it was they put Hawking between Newton and Darwin? So yeah.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped, or a vehicle. Usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control, usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as exhibits 584 to 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram. And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen is that what you have for you as first in that exhibit.
Yes, it is.
Now, using the for you, if you could, I would ask you to draw your attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram.
Okay. Who needs a pointer? Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence.
It's funny how the person I find the easiest to understand in German is my Oma, just because her speech patterns, I'm used to it. I'm used to her voice. I'm used to how she pronounces things anyway. She doesn't speak German to me, but like when she's with her friends and, her close friends, Rolf and Helga, from different parts of Germany, they met here. I understand them better. My dad's sister is pretty much fluent. I understand her decently well. And of course, my understanding is becoming less and less because I don't use it. I mean, I live next door to my Oma, but never practiced with her. She didn't teach, just like with her citizenship, I'm moving to the US, I'll be a US citizen. I'm moving to the US, I'll speak English. So she never, growing up, never spoke German to my dad or, his siblings. And then all of a sudden, when he's like 18, she's like, you should speak German. So she starts speaking German to him, and he's like, this is stupid, speak English. And yeah. So those of us who have learned any German at all, it's really been in school. Other than my youngest cousin who, spent 6 months in Germany, but that wasn't through my Oma. That was a friend of my sister's had friends that wanted to do an exchange and sent their daughter here for a while. That's the one I took to the Great Salt Lake and Salt Flats. And then my cousin went and lived with them in Germany and went to school and stuff. So, yeah.
So right here would be the pedestrian's final arrests, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow that would be pointing to where the final arrest is. And this is where a glass cup was found, and these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and the pedestrian shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue is one of the fire hydrants, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and also the street name Fairview Road here.
Now,
It's impressive.
As far as measurements were
Hello?
concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure?
Since this is your first time, the first time I've seen your name pop up. Hello, welcome. Good to have you here.
Sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the back.
So, on these diagrams, it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put it roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They are used for the drones.
I don't know that this is a safe place, but we try to objectively look at the evidence here.
Imaging, and using the drone imaging will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet, and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So,
well, truth be told, I did too. I knew about the juror drama, but by the time I got here, Law and Crime had replaced the feed. So I didn't get any of the juror drama. I just knew it existed. So I checked the string before, but we were good. And the Free Karen Reed crowd thinks I'm not objective, but that really is what I'm trying to be. And because I'm trying to be objective, that's why I point out I dislike Karen Reed, but I'm not judging her based on what she's being tried for. That's what the trial's for. I dislike the witness harassment that I believe she's endorsed, if not been actively orchestrating, and saying I dislike her, but she deserves a fair trial, and we shouldn't make up our minds until the prosecution and defense have all had their say. And so to me, that's me being objective. And I realize I could have 100 times the viewers by not being objective, but my integrity is important. And, I appreciate all those of you, old and new, who appreciate that from me.
kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I don't know, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for the specific measurements?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured for the directionality as far as the 9 feet the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of this, or if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that person.
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final rest. It's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast.
It's unfortunate that Belarus is under a brutal dictatorship. I worked with a lady from Belarus, and she was absolutely lovely. And that's basically where my knowledge of Belarus comes from. And it looks amazing. It's just brutal dictatorship. Just like if I were to go to the Middle East, Lebanon is where I'd most want to go. Just not right now.
I have an arrow pointing north. It's kind of give it extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found right next to him. So.
And the red plastic that you have labeled.
For years, though, I have wanted to plant a Lebanese cedar, like a specimen tree, and hope that I live 200 years to see it fully develop.
A, and that was 7 feet. Which direction was that from?
That one was east, so it was right here.
As far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so we're about over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram is B. How far was that, and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that's found right here.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit.
They wouldn't have you, Vince.
For your diagram number 2, if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it. So we have, yeah. So you saw the pedestrian's final rest, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were. Is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3 to go. Again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah. So this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
CJ5, good morning. She's getting closer. It's the first witness today was the expert on the search from Jen McCabe, pretty much putting to bed the doubt. The search window was opened at 2:27 when she searched for the basketball stuff, but it's pretty much definitive that she didn't search how long to die in the cold until 6:30. So that hurt the defense. And now we have the state trooper accident reconstructionist who hasn't been super exciting yet, but yeah.
And these diagrams are created from photographs, so we've been drawn overhead on that date, February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibits within those. And again, sir, if you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And could you describe to the jury again using the laser pointer to delineate what anything is significant to from this drone photograph and diagram you have on this?
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thanks. Assuming you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us this afternoon, okay?
Thank you.
And if you follow the jurors out, please.
Well, with the search was Jen McCabe's, and so it's just the defense has been trying to portray, you know, oh, they dumped him in the snow and Jen was making sure he'd be dead by the time Karen realized he wasn't home, which, once again, that's the stupidest conspiracy theory, because if you're going to kill someone, you make sure they're dead. You don't rely on the cold to finish them off, but you also don't dump them on your own front lawn. But as far as Karen, it's possible that she didn't realize she hit him. I find that harder to believe because you know, I think we're going to get evidence that she was backing up real fast. She knew the taillight was broken. I just don't see it. So it's really hard to buy. And hello? So lunch break.
All right, Jerry.
And jurors, why don't we take 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
And all right, we're not going to get any instruction going into lunch break, so we'll just zoom right through it. And go to right there. And we're behind, so no spoilers, but that's kind of what I was alluding to. And that's out, like, we don't have concrete evidence that she drove by, but it's a reasonable inference that, you know, it took her how long to drive to Jen McCabe's? Like 15 minutes longer than it would if she hadn't taken a detour. What detour could she have taken on the way there? Oh, 34 Fairview. So it's like, we don't have concrete evidence, but it's a very reasonable inference to make.
Thank you. Good to see you. Put it back. Watch your stuff for me.
Afternoon, Trooper. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, court's permission, may we have exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And this, and that's the drone image. Mr. Paul, direct your attention to what's up on the screen. It's now been marked as exhibit 587. Again, this is the last set of four diagrams, drone images that I presented for you before, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of tail light.
I mean, like I said at the beginning of today's stream, this should have been a 5-day trial in all reality. The extra 30 days, give or take, have all been because of the conspiracy. So, everything beyond a 5-day trial has been a waste of taxpayer money. But that's not on the Commonwealth. That's not because of them. And I mean, she could have pled. She does have the constitutional right to a trial by a jury of her peers. And I'm not going to hold that against her. But the reality is, it's the defense's strategy that has, lengthened the trial, which, fine. That's on them. That if it's the way they felt they could best defend their client, fine. She's entitled to a zealous defense. But it's awfully hypocritical for her to complain that it's a waste of taxpayer money when it's her. It's her. It's her. And it's gross. It really is gross. It's ghoulish.
That are depicted within this diagram. Did you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th in this diagram?
No, it's not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, that light pole.
And with relation to where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene, was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
The unfortunate reality, Edwin, is like the people most in need of mental health treatment, and I'm not a mental health practitioner. I can't diagnose Turtle Boy of anything, even if I think he's a narcissistic psychopath. But the people most in need of mental health treatment don't believe they need mental health treatment because they need mental health treatment. But even if he could afford it, I don't think he'd get it because he wouldn't think he needed it. But, go to therapy. It's good for you, says someone who should be in therapy that doesn't go. But don't use BetterHelp. They suck.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can now that's back. Thank you very much. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st.
And
2022.
it is a through street. There are outlets on both ends.
At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
It takes that long to combat the conspiracy because in a normal trial, you don't have every single person on scene testify. You have one or two. You get you get the testimony from sort of the person that saw the most, and then if there are little bits and pieces you need to fill in, you get that. You don't go over the entire timeline with every single person that has been there. But the problem is, if Lolly hadn't done that, it would have been conspiracy. He didn't interview the Colakeithuses, and therefore conspiracy. So that's why it's taken so long to combat the conspiracy, is the duplicative, cumulative evidence. because normally you wouldn't do that. But here, if you don't, it's a conspiracy. So,
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what if anything did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so,
yeah, don't drive drunk. It's a dickhead move.
sorry, it's fair to say the defendant's vehicle was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything else, did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point, did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes,
Was that day or at some later?
it was that day.
And was that within the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection?
We analyzed a little bit of the steering and the brake pedals while it was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Canton PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs. Ask you to just review those, look up when you finish. Did you recognize those?
And the problem is, of course, part of that was laying a foundation, but, you know, I would have liked to hear from, you know, the witnesses about her guilt first. But the problem with that is you do that and you don't have the foundation, but also you let the jury forget about the evidence of her guilt if you do that all the way at the start. So you do it at the end and you sit through a lot of, seriously, why are we listening to this? But, you know, these last 4 or 5 days, we've had a lot of really damning evidence. So, and that's it. You create a conspiracy to make the trial 5 times longer than it should be. You make a lot more money. That's the conspiracy.
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Your Honor, call them off the seat to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, report submission.
Yes.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st.
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down the scratches and there's a dent there. The broken tail light here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass.
And so basically this is a good representation of what I was trying to explain yesterday. Although it could still be the angle was bad or it was covered in snow, But remember the surveillance video from the library, I was trying to explain what the taillight looked like to me as Karen was driving to the McCabe's at 5 in the morning. And I mentioned the right taillight looked completely horizontal. And that's what we see here is from the rear, only the horizontal piece survived. The vertical piece on the rear is completely gone. There's no red. The only vertical piece of red surviving is around the corner on the passenger side. It's completely gone on the rear. So when I said the taillight looked like it was only horizontal, that matches up with this photo. Whereas, remember I mentioned the driver's side taillight in that surveillance video, the vertical bit was there. And it generally looked brighter because it wasn't damaged. So, yeah.
From a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what if any observations did you make of that in relation to?
Part of that, though, is also, like I said, it's foundational. It's debunk the conspiracy as best you can so that you're building the case on a solid foundation. But also, some of that, had they gone straight to Sergeant Buchanan, you would have had a lot more, objection assumes facts, not in evidence. And by going through all the other witnesses first, all the facts are already in evidence. So, he can testify about everything. So,
yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objection to the second one. Thank you.
Now, with regard.
But once again, because of the conspiracy, they had to. In a normal trial, you wouldn't. But if they left anyone out, it's, the defense, isn't it suspicious that they didn't call Colin Albert? It's because he's the real killer. Oh, isn't it suspicious that they called everyone but Colin Albert and Julie Nagel? It's because they conspired to kill. And so he called everyone because anyone that was left out is the real killer. That's why he did it.
With regard to the dents that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. That's my hand shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side taillight as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed with the driver's side taillight versus the passenger side taillight, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side taillight?
As compared to the left side of the taillight?
Yes.
So on the left side of the taillight, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thanks. Mr. Wynn, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, We can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle, just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we're obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspect?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
The thing is, though, they knew going in what the defense's arguments are going to be, and they had to, because they have to have their case beyond a reasonable doubt before the defense's case, they had to do it. And the defense doesn't, they do their case in cross-examination and closing argument. The ideal defense case doesn't put on a single witness of their own. They do the entire case through cross-examination if they can, since they can lead. They're the ones testifying. Jackson is the one that was testifying. So, if they didn't call everyone, Jackson on cross-examination of Brian Albert, so what time did Colin go out and murder John O'Keefe? Or, just he'd pull out all the ridiculous stuff. So knowing that if you don't call everyone, it's going to be a conspiracy, you call everyone. It really is that simple. It sucks. It's a waste of the jury's time. It's a waste of money. But if you know that's what the defense is going to do, you have to call everyone to make sure. So, no, it's going to be everyone and the dog. So, but as I've said, they had to have the foundation. They don't want to have the troopers limited in what they can testify about by, assuming facts not in evidence. So they had to call the others first so that troopers Buchanan and Tully primarily could testify about everything. Plus, there is an advantage to having your strongest evidence first, but there's also an advantage to having it at the end. The recency bias is a thing. And so having your strongest evidence at the end is a strategy. Of course, it's also risky because you might lose the jury before then. So,
vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The weight of the Lexus, I didn't was an analysis was just based on I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now,
Jackson said 6,000 pounds the other day. Conspiracy.
with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the taillights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. Both they were headlights and taillights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what, if any, significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED can, well, most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where they have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. Since there's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Come on, Chloe deserves personhood too, Vince.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes,
And what does NHTSA stand for?
it's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We ran the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you suffer when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about.
They did briefly. The problem was Yannetti really wanted to ask her about deleted conversations, deleted text threads, but she didn't analyze them, and so it was beyond the scope. So yeah, he was shut down and ended the cross almost as soon as it began.
About this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexus's in general make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lots of Can PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
Similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this move?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What my understanding is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. And use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration and check its performance.
And sorry, you're on one moment, please.
Sure.
And that's it. They didn't want to question her about her actual analysis. They just wanted to, oh, so you didn't analyze this? Oh, so you didn't have information about searches that didn't happen? So how can you rule out that they didn't happen? Other than that, her actual analysis was so strong that they couldn't question her about it, really.
So the V-Box is attached to that vehicle. So what specifically is it measuring?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box and it'll set certain parameters as like you can go 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
Okay, so basically black box data about how fast you were going and when.
From the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
And that, frankly, that's what I prefer too. But, there are different strategies. Like I said, I really liked the way that the prosecution handled the Darrell Brooks trial. They had the lead investigator as the very first witness and then recalled him as the very last witness to fill in the gaps. And I liked that. But this is such a completely different case that even though it might not be the way I do it. It still might be that Lolly is presenting it the best way, because, you know, he's the one that has all the evidence. He's the one that has to put it together in a logical, coherent manner, and he knows what he has to get in and basically what has to be in before that in order for the foundation to be there. So, you know, even if it's not the way I'd necessarily want it presented, I'm also not going to second guess him for doing it. Once again, I will recognize the risks of doing it this way. And that's, you know, if the jury is lulled into sleep, not paying attention, you can't say, all right, wake up. Now's the time to really do it.
Usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
And I should also add, I do like that Lolly has been very methodical, very linear. Jackson bouncing back and forth along the timeline, I really don't like. I realize why he's doing it. It confuses the jury. But when you're presenting a case, you want it to make sense, and going linearly is how you make it make sense. So I do like that.
Now, with regards to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And you describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests, or what speeds you were using, or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day.
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators about as hard as I could press it, and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour, and see what the performance they did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box Sport using?
And my understanding, you know, he says how fast I can get to 25 miles an hour in reverse. Like, I'm a car guy, but I'm not like a technical guy when it comes to cars. My understanding is reverse is a large gear similar to first gear or second gear or whatever. So like you accelerate pretty quickly in reverse if you want to, because of the gearing. So
during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from
and that's it. It's a low gear, which makes it a big gear, is how I was, yeah.
And it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this: as far as the operation of the vehicle, who was actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There was no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test? How is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
They kept the vehicle fairly straight. It was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the
So sometimes under hard acceleration, you'll have pull to the right or left. Like you watch drag racing, going fast isn't the hard part. Keeping the car in a straight line is the hard part. And in reverse, since the wrong wheels are steering, it's a little harder to control. But as he said, hey, it was real easy to aim. Like it would be real easy to aim at a person at high speed in reverse.
Reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box board attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from them?
Yeah, so the reverse braking
It hasn't been a good day for the defense so far, from what I've seen.
one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour. And then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor,
And that's true. It wouldn't necessarily be traveling 24 miles an hour. There could be wheel spin in bad weather. I don't think the LX 570 is all-wheel drive. I think it's four-wheel drive. So I think you have to actually activate the four-wheel drive. I could be wrong, since it is a Land Cruiser. So yeah, it's fun. And I saw your email, True Crime Deduction. Thank you.
factor from the 2 reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument from the V-Box score?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so I get to get you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which is both are used the same way. This one was a point, I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regard, again, you're operating the vehicle during these 2 reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regards to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these 2 reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to?
And pulsation from the brake, I would assume that's anti-lock braking. Having driven mostly old cars, the first time I drove anti-lock brakes and it engaged, it freaked me out.
Conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them to the stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a 0.69.
And
Nice.
during the course of your
Nice. It would be nice if he explained what these numbers meant. Context is helpful. Garbage in, garbage out. And without units, it's garbage in.
operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regards to the operation of the fence vehicle?
Same as before, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
You indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with a spot 8-band data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the Boss EDR software and we'll attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of lot of, information around the vehicle.
May I approach? Your Honor?
Yes.
When the documents are 7 pages in length, I ask you to review that when you're finished. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash route retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
At 590.
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with vehicles?
It's not designed to protect people behind the vehicle. I will tell you that.
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little personal when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians.
This is my first time watching this. I said that to be a little jokey, but it bears driving that home for the jury.
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes
So basically, there wasn't an event that would deploy the airbags. Striking a pedestrian generally doesn't deploy the airbags.
to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either, do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So
I told you, I'm psychic. It's Ashley Gillard has rubbed off on me, and she's tired of the magistrate for some reason. Maybe because she lost.
Most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes are going to, there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick.
Of course, Alpha, as I tell clients, I don't do appeals. Once it's over, if you need to appeal, hire an appeals attorney. So
manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
Now, with respect to
I've only seen episode 1, Kevin. So
crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. The change of velocity. And I mean, like, change of velocity, like, it's also be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to people as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general.
and what impact striking a pedestrian? Very little. They're made for cars, striking buildings, striking things of large mass. John was a big guy, but he didn't contain the mass required to, register.
Are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that.
Wait, when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, you're saying John did it? But yeah, you get struck by a vehicle. You know, if I'm running head on at a SUV that's coming at me and we strike, I'm not sending the SUV flying, it's sending me flying.
Same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as
Paul, it's conspiracide is what it is.
observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
Oh, does that explain why he was knocked out of his shoe?
As far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happens, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happens. Point of impact is the same thing, it's just more down to like the actual specific point at that specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader.
And that, as I said, like, not only does it totally make sense, but the fact that John would go flying a lot further than the shoe, to me, it's, if you're knocked out of the shoe, it's because a lot more energy is transferred into you than the shoe. So the shoe either was planted and, the friction with the ground was enough to keep it in place, or, it had a much smaller arc of travel. So it makes total sense to me that the shoe would be in the gutter and John 10 feet away.
That sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, with the path of travel, so a lot of collisions most of our collisions we start where the final rest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing. We're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from, and we know within that area that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the air.
And that's possible. That explains the shoe wasn't attached. It's the head injury. Of course, to me, he wasn't bent down very far because, the impact was still relatively high on the Lexus. To me, the damage to the Lexus really is mostly right in that upper arm area where we see the abrasions. So to me, he was standing, but you know, it's not unreasonable to say he was tying his shoe. And yeah,
The first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere towards the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one more.
Yes.
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you seen training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream
and Toyota, of course, is the parent company of Lexus.
It's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, they also did diagnostic stuff. So they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle.
And that's actually a good point. If he's bent down, he could have raised his arm. I don't know that his arm itself, if it were raised above his head, is enough. Like, yeah, it would definitely be enough to damage his arm, but would just the mass of his arm be enough to break the taillight? I don't know. I think his arm being next to his body makes the most sense to me. But, that's a good thought. Well, could be, he's bent down, tying his shoe, sees it coming and raises his arm to protect himself. That's a reasonable thought.
Control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so each trigger, you can record this the same as the get your speeds, brakes, the accelerator pedals on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry, so Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, right?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer, equipped with camera systems.
So you're saying she attacked him with the broken glass and then got in the car and backed into him? See, I don't think with that. I think John was holding the glass because the video is he's the one that walked out of the waterfall with it. It's a different glass than Karen brought from McCarthy's to the waterfall. And Karen was the one driving. So I assume John still had the glass, got out of the car with the glass and was hit. And to me, it's just the marks are made from the braking taillight. We saw the dimpled pattern on the taillight, and to me, the dimpled pattern going across the skin, it makes those linear tear marks. So to me, those are from the taillight. But that's me.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control system?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
The same kind of same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug it into the DLC port, and then up that software program, and we follow the steps, and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking installation test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage.
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought, this is relevant to our case, and I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as like it's getting spread out.
Definitely not clam chowder.
Getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time. But it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control system?
Yeah, so I mean, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that?
So
Trooper, if I could direct
lots
that
of
to page 9
data.
your report.
Okay.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Can you count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 22.
Oh, yeah. So 22 separate triggers. Those are, well, my report, it says 22.
At this point, no. No. Of course, I don't actually know that an Alfred plea is even available in Massachusetts. It's not available in every jurisdiction. Like, I do know it's not available in Michigan. I looked that up the other day because it came up in someone else's video, not about this. But at this point, if there's a plea deal on the table, it's not a very good one for Karen, I don't think. Like, the only way she takes one at this point is desperation. She sees the writing on the wall. So if she takes a plea deal at this point, I don't think it's a good one. Because if the prosecution has proved its case to the point that she wants to take a plea deal, why offer her a good one? And for those of you wondering, I know I've brought it up before, but the truth of the matter is, up until the jury delivers the verdict, you can change your plea. You can take a plea deal. It happens. The prosecution and defense have worked out plea deals while the jury is deliberating. it happens. I don't see it happening here. So
Two separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's
No.
12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the
yep. We mentioned it a little while ago. You might not have been here yet, but someone did point out the road's wet. Wheel speed doesn't necessarily mean vehicle speed, but
jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. Let's take that. Sorry. So key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again, and that'd be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers or what?
So key cycles, turning it off and on, IT crowd.
What kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you the documents. He's asking you to look at that. Look up. Finished. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the minutes next. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's true, Vince, but the speed, what is the speed? Is it the vehicle's speed across space? Because to me, that's measured off of the GPS. If your wheels are revving, the vehicle is going to register that it's going, say, 24 miles an hour based on the speed the wheels are spinning. So yeah, that is RPM, but depending how the vehicle registers speed, that's what it's registering it from. So
591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask for a public assistance, sir.
and that's possible, actually. That's possible. You have a rear drive vehicle, have the front wheels measure speed, because yeah, that actually, but driving all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, if all the wheels are spinning.
Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this.
All right, so we have midnight. Well, no, 10:57, 1902. 129. To me, these are an hour off, but I could be reading it wrong. I should probably wait for him to explain.
What type of information, where it's located within this?
Okay, so
2019, or no, 2021 Lexus RX 570.
This is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here.
And that's what I'm thinking, Paul, is that this is 10 minutes past midnight, 19 minutes past midnight, 1:28, 1:29, 1:29. But that's why I'm thinking it's an hour off, because to me, all these 1:29 through 1:30, to me, should be at... Okay, no, I'm thinking it's from start. I'm wondering if it's from start, like 1 minute, 28.587 seconds from start, because you go down here and you're back to midnight. So I don't actually know. Okay, yeah, it says elapsed time. All I had to do is look at the key. It's elapsed time. So it is, 1 minute, 29 seconds, or 1 hour, 29 minutes, or whatever. So yeah, wait for him to explain.
These were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the
In my defense, though, the title card is over it. It says murder trial, partially blocking the elapsed time. This column with dashes is time and date. So
within this table, sir, there are two triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the.
You have to either come close or speak up even louder. So
I will speak louder.
there's no microphone near you. That's the problem with the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you.
they need a desk lamp at the
So
podium.
Odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different?
So these are from his testing, not from the night in question.
Between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629.
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah. So yeah, I was told that where he traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Oh, you another document, sir? Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the witness.
No objection. Thank you.
All right, I have 1 minute, sir.
Yes.
May I return to the witness, sir?
Yes.
And Your Honor, before submission, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
So if you could remark, submit this law. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on screen? Is it next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
These are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage rules.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed us we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dayton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes. So which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I said a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and a max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
We're at 1 1/4. So, but yeah, judge doesn't seem happy about this exhibit. I think it's awfully speculative to me. Yep, in a hit and run case, that's that is poetic justice. And so could be. I assume that's independent research on your part, which as jurors we shouldn't be doing, but that's fine. I've done a little too much myself. I'd be disqualified as a juror. Not a man I'd mess with. Not a man I'd mess with.
You are
Paul
unmuted.
O'Keefe.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, well, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes to travel, is that correct?
Yes,
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance travel to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference is that?
Between the two min maxes,
Yes.
only at 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
So from the brief time we had that exhibit on, where he got the min and max distance traveled, he factored in at between 5 and 6 a.m. doing the drive-by of 34 Fairview. So, because remember, it took her too long to drive from the O'Keefe residence to the McCabe residence, and we're assuming her dalliance took her past 34 Fairview on her way there. That fits with the total mileage. So once again, we don't know for sure that she drove by 34 Fairview on her way to Jen McCabe's, but it's a reasonable inference, and jurors can make reasonable inferences. So that's in, and he has been staring her down the entire trial. So yeah.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max, as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these two triggering events that you were talking about in the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the two triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these two different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I laid them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and the other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Approach on. You have the document, asking you to review that. Finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach January?
Yes.
Almost introduced.
Objection.
The 593.
Again, if I just have a moment, John.
Yes.
May I return this?
I mean, if he did, we'd maybe pick that up on the courtroom audio. Although the courtroom audio is so terrible, we might not. For the record, I mute my microphone so that you guys don't hear them.
The witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Report submission, may I
Yes.
Okay, so with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
Is if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles.
So VCH time, can't remember what VCH stands for, but well, top red says accelerator pedal opening angle in medium or higher immediately after shifting to R. Oh, immediately after shifting to R. So presumably this is about the reversing, but we have VCH time, total time, time from trigger, time between, vehicle speed in kilometers. So first was MPH, kph, accelerator opening ratio, engine RPM data, shift position, one forward, two reverse. Oh, so that this shows, you know, one forward, two into reverse, one forward. So that looks like a 3-point turn. Brake, one on, and then 0 off. So the brake is on in forward, it's off in reverse, on shifting into forward, and then drive away. Brake oil pressure, longitudinal, no, oh, so GPS, longitudinal sensor, lateral, sorry, longitudinal G sensor. So this is the forward acceleration and lateral acceleration, never mind. Throttle opening ratio and steering signal degrees. So she's cranking it, the wheel, not, calm down, Vince. But yeah, so this is presumably showing what she did when she hit him.
Okay. So each row starting from the top is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself, or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, then it goes up to 5, then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here, and that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So and right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed, zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So it starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds back up to, it goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. If I read that right. And next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of it?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, on zeros, not pressed, and 100%, it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toyota labels it. So and that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And it also shows from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%. And that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so 50% and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again.
He might have, and I missed it, but I'm wondering the same thing.
Up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, it shows a shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal, and the steering wheel showed that she was trying left and then right and the back left again, and also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So that didn't say 24 miles an hour in reverse. It said 8. But we're not done yet, so.
Sir, if I could just retrieve one down before.
So, yep.
The document that I've just handed you now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come on, do from minutes next. No objection.
I think it's pretty much established, though, that Brian Higgins, the Jeep with the plow, was gone by this point. There's a little confusion, but like pretty much everyone says he was gone by this point. And once again, human memory sucks. So trying to remember something after the fact, if you're not paying attention with the intent of remembering, like, you're not expecting to find a dead body the next morning, so you're not focusing, trying to remember as it happens. And so the one person that testified seeing the Jeep, their brain could just be filling in the gaps. Well, yeah, I saw the Jeep parked there, therefore it was parked there. But other than that, you know, I think it's pretty much been established that Higgins was gone by this point, at least to me.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission.
Thank you. And Ms. Yeoman, if I could. And true quality, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second trigger event as far as 12,629 miles feet, correct?
Correct.
I think he was thrown. I think the impact lifted him off his feet, threw him onto the lawn, and you know, I don't think he crawled away. I think he was literally thrown.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this BCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note as with respect to this date.
So for this one, same label as before, as we said. The vehicle history time is, if I can say that, the trigger time is 1,140.
Okay. So this one in reverse, 24.2 miles per hour. $3,500 RPM, which is really, with modern gearing on cars, 3,500 RPM is gunning it. Although the red line probably is between 55 and 6,500 RPM. But let's see. What am I looking for? Throttle opening ratio, 26.5%. I think 32% right before that. So that's not mashing the pedal, but he said above 30 is considered moderate acceleration. So I don't know that it's erratic steering because it's red is left and left in reverse. To me, it almost, you know, in the to me, in order for her to have thrown him in that direction, she had to have been really facing the other direction and backed in that arc in order to hit him with the wheel cranked to the left. So yeah. But she has it turned to the left as she's going forward somewhat, and then goes into reverse here and continues with the wheel cranked in the same direction. So to me, she's turned to the left to turn around and then backs into him, still with the wheel to the left. So, yeah.
42.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows sending 10 seconds of data. And it was good. So the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while. And then the vehicle speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed.
In
Then it goes
reverse.
down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and then 74.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I think I was reading, wait, accelerator opening ratio versus throttle opening ratio. I'm assuming throttle opening ratio then is how much fuel, like, the engine is receiving, whereas accelerator opening ratio is the foot on the pedal. And so 74%, she really did floor it. Wow. Like, you'd expect it's floored to hit 24.2 in reverse, but unless she's so drunk and, you know, MSified that she has no control, I'm not hitting 74% acceleration, 74% throttle in reverse. That's 74 to me. Like, the 24.2 doesn't look good for her. 74% accelerator opening ratio, to me, that goes to second-degree murder as opposed to manslaughter. That's a very, very, very bad fact for her. And I assume the rage meters are only available on trucks with truck balls, right?
4.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data,
Objection. 3/4 is 75%, not 74.5.
From 1269 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 1269A?
So
I've got it. I've got it. Modern cars have been hacked. The tech genius Jen McCabe, who, you know, doesn't close her tabs on her phone, but she hacked the Lexus and she forced Karen to back into John. The Lexus was hacked by the mastermind Jen McCabe. Chloe taught her how to do it. Chloe the dog taught Jen McCabe how to hack the Lexus. Conspiracy, that's it.
they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred on the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration,
So, same odometer mileage, 8 minutes apart. We've heard testimony that the SUV was parked in front of the house for several minutes. So,
of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table of chart?
Say that again.
How long a period of time does this
So this is from the start of key cycle, or just this one?
Just this one.
Okay, so this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It should show slowing down zeros like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel, how far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle?
No, there's no evidence he was pinned between vehicles. She was parked. She was parked for 8 minutes, is what I'm reading.
Vehicle was placed into reverse.
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so, am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in the table?
74.5 starts at the 8 seconds.
Now, as far as...
And the thing is, if she's really drunk, that's DUI manslaughter. And to me, that's still the most reasonable explanation. I'm close to second-degree murder, but, right from the start, I said my gut instinct is that she hit him. The most reasonable outcome, DUI manslaughter. If she's found guilty, that's the easiest bit to prove. And, we have evidence she's drunk. And as Vince said, her being drunk isn't reasonable doubt about her culpability. It could be about, her being drunk as opposed to her being drunk and angry is the difference between DUI manslaughter and second-degree murder. So it just...
This trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed reported at the end of this 10-second data?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one,
and like I said, it very well could be that she didn't mean to hit him, but that's still DUI manslaughter, and she's charged with DUI manslaughter. So that would be guilt. So
shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive.
Plus, if she hit him, and even if it was an accident and knew she hit him, she had a duty to render aid. Failure to render aid in Massachusetts could make that second-degree murder, because by leaving, it's the, it's the depraved indifference to human life by leaving him to die. So there is still that for second-degree murder as well.
It's slowing down to 0. and it goes to 0, which is neutral, then it goes down, then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight, it stops, then it's placed in reverse, and then goes back, goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think the far it goes is left. It's at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if it's steering.
It's both. She's charged with second-degree murder, DUI manslaughter, and leaving the scene of a accident, DUI, whatever. So she's charged with both. So
Was a circle, whole circle's 360 degrees, so 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle and at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel was obviously caused by operator traveling only small amounts, about right, and up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
You want to approach?
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's why, like, there's lesser included charges, which, so someone will get charged with murder. In some states, it's just open murder is what it's called, and basically the jury decides the degree. In others, they charge the lesser included, so they charge first degree, second degree, manslaughter, kitchen sink. And the jury decides guilty or not guilty on all of them, but there's the concept of merger. And so the lesser included charges merge into the top level charge that they're found guilty of. So if you're found guilty of second degree murder and manslaughter, the manslaughter merges and you're only punished for the second degree murder. Here, because it's second degree murder and DUI manslaughter, I don't know. I'm not a Massachusetts attorney. I'm a Utah attorney. But to me, DUI manslaughter is a separate offense. It shouldn't be a lesser included of second degree murder. So she could, in theory, if I'm correct, once again, I'm not a Massachusetts attorney, she could, in theory, be convicted of both and punished for both. But if DUI manslaughter is a lesser included, then it would merge with the second degree murder if she's found guilty of both. As I've said, I think DUI manslaughter is a bullshit charge because it should just be second degree murder, because driving drunk is that depraved indifference to human life. So to me, it meets the intent element of second degree murder. So yeah.
Grab that one.
Yep.
Send me with another document. You recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Hard practice. Call up to introduce himself next. No objection.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Your Paul, once we leave it up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this portion of the base.
Yeah, so I circled in here if they dropped from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the stereo signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5.
And to me, the left at 4.5, right to 4.5, immediately back to left at 4.6 is like right at the Vmax, doing a small correction to, hit your target. And I guess when it's saying 4.5, so all this time at the left, it's not necessarily turning left, it's the wheel is traveling left. And so you could be predominantly turning right, but moving the wheel to the left as an adjustment. So when I'm saying it, to me, it looks like she's already turned around and backs in that arc. That was me being wrong. But, I'm not an expert, trying to interpret on the fly before he explains it to me, because that's the way I do it. And yeah, most people, unless they're really accelerating hard due to modern gearing, don't hit 3,500 RPM in their Lexus. It's, back in the day of, 2, 3, 4, even 5-speed transmissions, you would. In the day of 7 and 9-speed transmissions, it keeps you in the lowest RPM possible to still have torque. Of course, reverse, most cars only have one reverse gear.
So positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio, kind of stays consistently at 74%.
May I approach the camera?
Yes.
Borrow that back. I'm showing you another document.
Okay.
You recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart. I have attached my calculator.
It's definitely not looking good, K-Far, for her.
Attached to my report.
And may I approach the camera?
Yes.
I'll just see if you can produce the next exhibit.
Okay.
Okay. So go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
And circling the Vmax, or, oh, no, that was...
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on...
So they've changed. This was the top axis and this the side axis, but now it's inverted. Or, except this does have new data, because acceleration, drag factor, average speed, vehicle speed, distance covered in feet, accelerator pedal percentage, brake on or off. So it does have different information.
Screen as fast as before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,629B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse.
I mean, they're going to argue, are you sure it was at this time? How do you know this wasn't leaving the waterfall or something? Because I don't know that he's got a timestamp for this, just a mileage stamp.
And when maybe it goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the vehicle speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
90.
So this distance covered isn't like basically these first couple columns and these last three columns are inputs that he took from the car's output. These middle ones basically he did the math.
7.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Now, Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B, what, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and what?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes.
So that makes sense. There, if you keep the accelerator at a consistent angle, yet the vehicle has either a loss of acceleration or, you know, basically the assumption is there's an external influence, an external something that has slowed you down. And, you know, half a mile per hour, you know, that sounds about like what a 220-pound body would slow down a 7,000-pound SUV traveling at 24 miles an hour. You hit a 4,000-pound car, it's going to have a lot more deceleration than hitting a 220-pound man. So, you know, no change in input into the accelerator. Something had to cause that half mile an hour dip. Could have been the curb, could have been hit an icy patch, could have been something, but hitting John is, you know, that's a reasonable inference.
Goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot.
And that's actually a good point too. I said it sounded like a sudden correction, the left to right to left. That could be hitting a man. You lose a little control, so the wheel goes wobbly from the impact. So that's actually a good point from him too. It might be the sudden correction. It might be it creates a sudden correction from the impact.
That's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I believe it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner, Mr. O'Keefe, it's the same.
Yes.
What, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, I mean, we can break down each injury due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail lights, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking a Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand
Yeah.
upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get kind of labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically the principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to the more of a side swipe manner.
Back and to the left.
With respect to the, you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you were also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience and particularly with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they had damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So
Hit on his right side, still, damage to the left side of his face because he hits the ground. When he says hit the curb, to me, he was thrown. Of course, that could be thrown along the ground, hit the curb, something hit the curb. I don't know.
I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained his full body, would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yes.
And once again, we don't know what the jury thinks, so the jury could surprise us. It could surprise them. From the trial I've watched, yeah.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit.
Sorry. Yes. So due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and body rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle. As you do in like most, a lot of traditional forward projection crashes, the vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you mentioned it a couple times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially to the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be the center mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention to recall back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department, you mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what if any other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras and the vehicle.
And again, if you could just in general terms first just describe for the jury when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we're trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see up.
I don't know where my center of gravity would be, but my center of mass actually would, I assume, be relatively high.
Pedestrian behind the vehicle, and also in this where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we would go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far
I mean, I can explain very easily how he was knocked out of his belt. The paramedics removed his belt because it was still in his jeans when the jeans were cut off. There you go.
as far as a visibility analysis, typically would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able? Were you able to do that in this case?
Reduction surgery is what raised my center of, well, my center of mass.
We were not.
Why?
Due to was mostly, like I said, it was mostly done when we were trying to see what a pedestrian would, an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes trooper recorded it.
My apologies. Before I get to that, sir.
Okay.
I can turn your attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
There was annoyance. She's like, get on with it. I told you you had permission.
So I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. You ask you to look at those. And first, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
Needed as readers.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the showing that taking out the infotainment system.
What system?
Infotainment system.
And the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And for those of you who are uninitiated, that's a portmanteau of information and entertainment. Infotainment.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything that was Trooper Niparino's to the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They had tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not,
And do you know why not?
because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a.
Sustain.
I mean, there's occasional information, occasional entertainment. It's, you know.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they were an accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce them as the next 7 exhibits.
Any objections, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing the Windows 5 photographs.
Seven.
No objection.
Very. And I think her head nodding earlier might have been a self-soothe. Like, it may have looked like head nodding, but it might have been a little rocking back and forth.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just.
Yes.
Now,
Yes, get on
Ms.
with
Gilman,
it.
if I could have the photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as exhibit 597.
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP3. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and is marked as exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment?
So remember, way back, I think it was first week of the trial when they went to 34 Fairview, they had the Lexus on scene, and Lolly said, pay special attention to the center console. This is where that becomes important. So,
If you were in drive, it just had, the radio navigation.
so there was no jacket. It was a light hoodie, and they weren't deep cuts. They were lacerations, and impact can cause lacerations, but the bumps, the stippling on the taillight, like the force rubbing across the skin, to me, that easily tears the skin, tears into flesh, even through a light hoodie, like easily.
Navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP4, sorry. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle is started. It stops essentially as a push button start. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as exhibit 601?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention.
And notice by this point, they've removed bits of trim. So the console is still in, the controls are still in, but they've removed trim. The dash, you can see the clock and the vents part of the dash is hanging down. There's a gap here, so they've really dismantled by this point.
What anything you observe of significance in this?
Yeah, it says infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like it's just navigation.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. If I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on pavement and curving, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what if any impact that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting,
Cold ground, hard, head bounce.
on February 1st, you mentioned that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior?
They are. There are blood stains. So there are.
Of the vehicle or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Don't do this.
See, I've never been a Lexus person. I'd love an LFA, but other than that, no.
Recognize those.
Yes.
And those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm almost introducing this next to this.
No objection.
Maybe. We'll see. I want to, but we'll see.
So for
Before we get to those videos, Trooper, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another series of eight photographs. Actually, I'll show them when you're finished.
The thing is, it's a good habit to keep. So even if it's annoying her, the first time he does it with the next judge, because he got out of the habit of it, that next judge tears him a new one. So I'm with him. Keep, it's a habit he should keep. John's DNA was, I don't know that it was necessarily blood.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm almost introducing the minutes next.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet photograph 2612.
Didn't you know hair was made illegal in Massachusetts? No input signal.
Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle, showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle on approach?
Yes, so this has a straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle,
You put it in reverse and it deploys the drone for the 360.
are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay, so the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on screen right now, as far as the vehicle on the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red, like blip, or little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
Not yet, but it's definitely been a bad day for Karen, at least to me.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system,
Proximity sensors, reverse proximity sensors.
overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increase in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object, correct?
Yep.
Now, with respect to sort of the middle of the screen here, up on the dashboard, what, if anything, do you observe there, or do you direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Yeah.
Yes. So that right here, this blue device. That's
No. See, CJ5, that's where you're wrong. It's on the correct side. You're just upside down, which puts it on the other side. So it's on the right side, just upside down. The car is upside down. So,
the V-Box Sport that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
Which leads me to believe that was intentional. If she hit John's vehicle, to me, it was intentional as evidence tampering, trying to create an alibi. So, to me, that lends credence to second-degree murder.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2618.
Upside down to you.
And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the
I'm not flat Earth adjacent. It's just CJ5 is in Australia. So we're, they're upside down from us. So steering wheel on the left for us, steering wheel on the right, and the upside down is really the same side of the car.
laser point, if you could, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center off.
Yeah, so this, this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is a 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
And Edwin, the steering wheel on the wrong side of the car, to me, was harder to deal with than being on the wrong side of the road.
Okay. Ms. Cumming, you can take this now. I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Unless it's covered in snow. Unless it's covered in snow.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle in this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as the visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the dashboard?
It would change from the navigation to the
And see, the thing about roundabouts is they are safer than intersections, because intersections you T-bone, roundabouts you scrape fenders. The problem is here in the US, they don't teach you how to signal through a roundabout. So they need to teach that in driver's ed. And I think actually, as they put more roundabouts in, they need to do public service TV commercials saying, hey, morons, this is how you drive through a roundabout. Signaling makes it so it works efficiently and people know what you're doing. And, you know, it helps.
the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height is taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that,
Turtle Boy's thinking, damn, he's tall.
placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point, were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed up?
It would have been visible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, it would use a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking at cameras or anything else as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it maybe like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy in the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if
Not to test backing up into them, generally.
we could, I would ask, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the 2 videos that were just introduced.
But if they did, I would volunteer Turtle Boy for that.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have.
If
the
only he
exterior
were a
video
real
first.
person.
Just for the record, they are 604 and 605.
And,
Uh-oh, a reverse test.
you could pause there for a moment. Paul, with respect to, just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted these tests.
Yeah. So
I mean, the prison needs help in the kitchen, so she can teach financial literacy to inmates.
this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera.
The vehicle is right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press.
Uh-oh, he's reversing. He's reversing. Conspiracy. Conspiracy. And the snow is in piles, not on the road. That's a conspiracy. Oh no. Is that him driving forward? Or is that the video in reverse? Is it mirrored? Oh. So you're saying she should get used to the Pruno right now. Ouch. Look up good recipes for Pruno on Pinterest.
If I could ask you to pause there. Would you recall during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those 2 data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what if anything was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what if any relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what if any relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake.
You didn't know that, Paul? You Brits drive at about a 40-degree angle. It's...
What would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here.
Yeah, that's it. Their ground is the air. super exciting stuff. And we get a little Alan Jackson today. I can't talk because of my dread of little Alan Jackson talking. I mean, seriously, who's taller, him or Turtle Boy? Little Alan Jackson or Turtle Boy?
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be what we call a bad court thingy.
Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen.
They could be. They could be. I think we're getting close.
Center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible.
So right here is the
This witness for sure.
reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at visibility now?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please press.
So testing the rear view camera. So, Paul, it's funny you mentioned that because my former neighbor, who we went to church together. So when I was 16 through 18, so the last 2 years I attended church, he was my instructor, Sunday school teacher, basically. And he did a Mormon mission in France in the 80s, like late 70s, early 80s. He's roughly my mom's age, maybe a little younger. And he said that the missionaries routinely nearly got killed there because they didn't realize that those turning right had priority. So those entering the roundabout had priority. And it was a mess for those who didn't have the local knowledge. So funny you mentioned that, because he sure did. So not yet. I don't know if they will. They, showed us how fast she backed up, but haven't shown us that math. So
I could ask you to just bring it back to focus.
And that is true. That is true. What are the factors?
Super Paul, as far as this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
Then in the camera view.
The extra camera view shows that's where our contraband dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
And this going, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in, if you could press play here.
Hey, that wasn't.
Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at One Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the car?
I mean, that there are missions where they will give you a car. You know, don't feel too safe, because in general, the missionaries do ride bikes or walk, but in rural areas, they can get cars. So don't feel too safe.
Garage as snow was coming down.
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Your Honor, with course permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection, may approach.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's wrong with Exhibit 1523? No smiling right now. She's not smiling today. Like, this doesn't look like the standard resting bitch face. I think she is actually finally worried. It took enough time for her to actually get worried. Ooh, it's a long one. We'll hear what the judge is saying to us, though. I knew you were undercover, Paul. You had my Mormy senses tingling.
All right.
Didn't you know they have training courses for that? They have training courses.
I appreciate your patience.
You are unmuted.
A few things. So I'm going to send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I have to talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up.
All right. So Tuesday is the voir dire. So court is in session Tuesday, but it's the voir dire of the defense experts that are really the Fed's experts that really shouldn't be experts in this case because fuckery. So Wednesday's the holiday, but we'll keep going.
So Tuesday you will be off. We'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week. Okay, so we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All rise, everyone, please.
You are muted.
Here, follow me, please.
Okay. Gonna let's. She gonna smile? What was she gonna do once the jury's out?
Thank you. Be seated.
Yeah, we didn't get to see.
So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video. Okay.
All right. So, voir dire, they basically sounds to me like they need to decide whether he can actually testify about this. And I'm not going to watch it for two reasons. First off, as I mentioned, I'm a juror. I'm a pretend juror. So the jury's out, so I shouldn't watch it. But I'm also tired. And hungry. So we're going to call it here because we are jurors. Which days next week? Okay, we're on Monday, off Tuesday, because even though the voir dire may be streamed, I assume it's streamed. As jurors, we don't watch the voir dire. You guys are free to watch it, obviously. I won't, because frankly, it'll be boring as hell. Just qualifying experts. That is boring. No one wants to watch that. Trust me. So, on Monday, off Tuesday and Wednesday, unless you want to watch Tuesday somewhere else. On full day Thursday, half day Friday. I may see you tomorrow for the Team Skeptic stuff, because even though I'm woefully behind on everything else, I basically am tired. I'm tired, so I lost my train of thought. Even though I'm woefully behind on all the other cases I'm following, the Team Skeptic stuff I think is amusing, so it's jumping the queue, and if I do anything tomorrow, that's what it'll be. So if you want to join me for that, you can. And all that being said, I'm just gonna hurry and block this Lisa C person because I don't like spam, and they're not posting anything useful. So, discussion, great. Spam, free Karen Reed, not great. So, and comments about, oh, they're gonna get destroyed. That's just dumb. I don't have time for that, even at the very end of the stream. So, yeah, do all the YouTubey stuff. Don't make Wicket Uma mad at you. Hit that like button. Like, share, subscribe. Bribe your friends and family to do the same. I might see you tomorrow, but either way, thanks for joining me. Bye-bye.